Okay, guys, I'm going to do a quick sound check. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. Having a problem with Bluetooth this morning, so I want to make sure this is not being affected. Just maybe give me a couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me and see the screen. Okay, RC Bremen and YouTube, that's good. All right, so yeah, I've got a Bluetooth problem. I can't connect my headset. I can't connect, so I can't hear my sound alerts, etc. So I don't understand. The little Bluetooth icon is gone, where it's usually in the little system bar. It's gone, and I've been trying to get Bluetooth back into this machine. But all right, I will muddle on. What time is it now? 8:56. Give me another 4 minutes. I can try to one more fix, or Pepe can help me immediately. That'd be great. Not sure what is going on. Why I've lost the Bluetooth icon. And just to answer your question, trader, I don't have a specific stock for pennies. Like, are you using? You say you've been a customer for almost 5 years of Trade ID. Yeah, I got up. I still work up early, Obi. So if you have any, do you have any sort of a momentum scan? Because all you have to do is just reduce the price of what you're looking at. When you say a penny stock, what is your definition of a penny stock? I'm talking to Trader in our YouTube room. Because obviously, if you've been a customer for 5 years, you've obviously built some scans. All you'd have to do is take one of your scans and adjust it to a price range of, I don't know, 50 cents to whatever you determine as a penny stock. Okay, so below $10. So say 50 cents to $10. I mean, if you've been a customer for 5 years, you probably know how to adjust a price range, right? And then all you have to do is take whatever scan you've got and make it 50 cents to $10 in the price range. Because you say you've been a customer for 10 years, so you've obviously built some scans. For 5 years, so you've obviously built some scans. I don't have like something specific for penny stocks. Well, any momentum scan, okay. For instance, I could give you this. Okay, I'm going to. I haven't done any work this morning, guys. Looking at the. I don't know what I mean. I can see what's moving right here, but let me let me give you a scan, okay? And you can just adjust it to the price range you want. Now, whether it's good, I mean, that's, it all depends. You might remember, you have to have you sound like you've been trading for at least 5 years. So you have to have an idea how to read charts, etc. So just give me a moment. Okay, so on my homepage, there is a momentum scan. I mean, if you're day trading, you want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So if you scroll down and get to the scan section and this momentum scan right there, okay? I'm going to break it out a little bit. So here is the alert window. Here it is. So if I gave this to you, it's just a matter of now, the price is between 1 and 100, so I'll adjust it to 1 and 10. Okay. At this point, now you're looking for penny stocks, right? I mean, relative volume of 20, that means the stock has to be really trading abnormally. Well, but if you've been a subscriber for 5 years, you should be able to take a look at this and make adjustments. But you're going to see stocks that are trading momentum wise volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, a 400% of normal, and then, etc. And then when a stock makes a new high with these filters, you're going to get, you'll get some alerts. You'll get nothing until the market starts at 9:30, but you can try this. Okay. This is, it's not so much, I mean, I always say for my headset, it's for my music, but it's also to hear on my sound alerts. And that is what I'm really going to be missing. So what is moving this morning? So YCBD, big move this morning so far, 106%. Tilray, why is Tilray moving? I mean, they did a reverse split. Was it last week or the week before? Well, I did do some Bluetooth troubleshooting, but it didn't seem to help me. This used to happen every now and then when I would do a Windows update, but it hasn't happened for years. But you know what I'm talking about. Down, you can't see it here, but down on my one of my monitors, you see all the little all the icons that I've got. I've got a printing icon, I've got it, but the Bluetooth icon is not there. Anyway, I'll muddle through as best I can. I'm going to be sort of lost without my sound alerts. AKAN. Let's see what's happening with this one. Another cheap one. Low float. Okay, really low float, guys. Yeah, we're not really set up. We're not really set up well, Roy, to get alerts via email. Okay. I mean, I know in theory it's available, but there are some really severe limitations. Okay, so Tilray and Canopy Growth reports says Trump is to loosen marijuana restrictions. Okay, well, we've seen that before. Let's take a look at MSOS, see what's happening with MSOS. Yeah, wow. Okay, well, that's a big move, guys. That's a big move. This is the cannabis ETF. Big move. And there's the CGC. So who's had a bigger move? CGC up 26%. Well, the actual ETF is up 36%. Tilray is up 39%. So this one is, moving more, a little bit more than what the index is moving, or the ETF is moving. I think this is another one that's going to be moving big. Yeah, SNDL 30%. So the marijuana stocks are in play today, guys, for a while anyway. Remember Miggy from yesterday? Now, I know they did a financing. Did they do it after hours or? Well, I don't know if the financing was done here, but it was starting to really fade. I actually was going to take this one. I thought I had high hopes for this one, actually. It was holding over 14 quite nicely. You can see right there at 250, it was still over 14. And I was waiting at 3 o'clock to see what might happen. And then it started to really drift down. And then I know they announced the financing. I don't know exactly if it was after hours they announced it, or was it here? And then there's the OCG. Well, OCG, another here, guys. I mean, you got to be so careful. Never swing these. I'm just gonna. I don't want to be a financial advisor. Never swing these guys, okay? And there's no. I don't think there's any news on this one, but you know, went from 10 right down to 79 cents now. Yeah, so Shadan, what you have in that top list is the relative volume filter, okay? Remember, guys, if you're using the relative volume filter in your top list window or any alert window, okay, in the pre-market, you'll get no data. So if you right-click on your top list and you click on you click on summary or configure, and then click on summary, almost for sure you're using the relative volume filter, okay? So if you can take it out and then add it back in at 9:30. See, if I added the so if I added the relative volume filter right now, okay, and say put 2, what's going to happen? Everything disappears, okay? You cannot use the relative volume filter in the pre-market. Now that I would start getting things at 9:30 if I kept it in there. And of course, I use the relative volume filter all the time, but nothing, none of my pre-market scans. Is that what happened? Because it disappeared. I saw this morning, Z. I saw ZZXN. I saw it up here as one of the top movers, but now it's gone private. Well, they're expanding up. They're expanding their private placement to $1 billion, following strong investor demand. Oh, it's right here. I'm sorry. It is still so. It hasn't. But it hasn't. I thought you meant it went private. Fermi, man, oh man, Fermi just got hit. Well, not just got hit. Fermi got whammed down. Terminating the AICA. I'm not sure what that acronym means, but first tenant notified the company that it. Okay, so Fermi, FRMI. This is a shortable, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. I'm fine, Nehan. How are you? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. FRMI. Probably this another cheap one that, while there are shorts available for me, this is one of those ones that seem to move with no news. ABVE, and now this is getting hammered down. Shortable for me, but it's really cheap, so I'm not that interested in trying to short it. ZDGE. It's funny, you know, used to see a lot of these stocks months ago, and then they just lie dormant for a while, and now, well, here's one reason: December 12th pre-market. So this is an earnings play. ZDGE is an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average. Next high, 310. It's almost right there. If it takes out 310, the next high in a daily chart is around 350. Okay, IMCC, where's that? Just okay, IMCC, Okay, no, I thought it was. Another cannabis play, guys, up 25%. So cannabis stocks are flying this morning. If you don't want to play the individual stock, you can just take a look at MSOS, ETF for cannabis. But again, we've heard this before, okay? You know, your government, I'm Canada, so your government suggesting that they are going to relax the marijuana laws, cannabis laws. Why do I keep saying Z? Well, I'm bilingual, Z or Z. There's ACB, another cannabis play, 21%. Another cannabis play, GRWG. It's a lot of cannabis plays here, guys. And this is also a cannabis play. Wow. So this is up the most by far. YCBD up by far the most, 98% through the 200-day moving average. Not shortable for me. Always look to see if these things, that have had massive pops are shortable, just in case they start to drift down at some point. KPLT, Catapult. Okay. Stocks jump after Aaron's and CCF agree to all. Okay, so this is going to be a merger. How to get my Bluetooth working again? MiTek, MITK, another nice one, 21%. Okay, let's take a look at some of the earnings play. So we already talked cheap earnings play here is the ZDGE. I think William is not going to be around until about noon today. I think AVGO was an earnings play. Memory serves me. I think they released earnings after hours yesterday. Yes, so thump down a bit, down 5%, AVGO. It really depends on the float also, Miko. Okay, if it's such a low float, because I've done many reverse splits, so it's not, stocks under 5 potentially have done some, reverse splits and all, but for instance, here's ZDGE, 784,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. It really depends on your broker too. Okay, so here's a stock under $5 that is shortable. And it's a pretty low float. So I would say, when it's really low, there's most of the time, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. But trust me, that's probably a good thing. NX, what's this one? Another, an earnings play. Okay, so this is a really good earnings play. NX so far. Really good earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on a monthly chart looks like around 21.24, so there is some room. And NX is a really robust earnings play, to say the least. Tough spread right now, 1980, 2025 on the bid ask, but I'm sure once we get to 9:30, the spread will tighten a bit. It's not a low float, not high float though, 45 million. We had quite the day yesterday in terms of a disconnect between the growth stocks and the value stocks. I see the Dow was up 640%. The Qs were down. Qs were down. A lot of tech stocks in the Qs. So, and the so-called growth stocks. So, value stocks versus growth stocks, a big discrepancy. As we speak, the SPY is down a little bit. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I have one thing I have to do. What time is it now? 9:16. Okay, one moment. Okay. Okay, guys, anything else? VVPR, another one we used to see a lot of. Executes $300 million agreement with Lean Ventures to acquire and hold Ripple Lab shares. So, all right, so altcoin, we'll call this an altcoin play, VVPR. NCI, why is this one up 32%? I don't think it's a cannabis play, so not at all. Yeah, no idea why this one is up. I don't see any. I do not see any information about it. If William were here, I'm sure his news source would say momentum play. Yeah, no, that's my wife. She's home, and she was dragging her radio through the room. So that's what you heard. Listening to some news. Which one are you talking about? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're talking about Relay. I thought you were talking about this one, the NCI. Yeah, I mean, 23 million shares have traded already. Only 1 million in the float. Yeah, KPLT is now showing up as a second one up here. We talked about it a little earlier, but it's now having a another nice run. Will it take out 10? So the next high on a daily chart is 1033. So even if it took out 10, the next high is 1033. And the 200-day moving average is fairly close also. So it's already up 60%. And this is all this is to do with this merger, okay, an all stock transaction. So I'm not too interested in mergers, but when it's an all stock transaction, it can be pretty volatile. Now, I know I could get my sound alerts and everything through my speakers, but I'm sure that would drive you guys crazy. So I don't want to do that. Where's that Pepe? My IT specialist. All right, guys, it's 9:22. So I will. What's up? My Bluetooth is gone. The icon's gone. I can't connect anything to a Bluetooth. I've done some troubleshooting. They say, well, just turn it on. Well, it doesn't do that. But my Bluetooth is gone. Used to happen every now and then, Pepe, when the Windows updater, but it hasn't happened in years. But I woke up this morning and the icon is gone, where it normally would be in that little area where I have my of a printer icon, etc. It's gone. I've done a reboot a couple of times in my computer, but to no avail. Well, I don't want to bore people here, but so when I go to Bluetooth, okay, add device, go to Bluetooth here and says could not connect. So I've been trying to figure out, well, how, and I went here, but to no avail. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout I'm going to use once this market's open. And again, for me, the music is one thing. I mean, I could always put on a little background music, but it's my sound alerts that is really going to drive me crazy not having them. Funny, I knew something was amiss this morning because I was trying to use my mouse and it wasn't responsive. And that's the mouse that I have connected via Bluetooth because of that issue I had before. So I'm obviously using another mouse that is not Bluetooth connected. But I couldn't figure out. I thought maybe the battery had died. Not the right layout. Not the right layout. Come on. Oh, that's good. No, I can't. Okay, just give me. What time is it now? 9:25. I have 5 minutes for this market to open. Okay. VTH props. Okay, Pepe, I'm going to try to do that. Okay, so here it is. Now what? It's okay for me because I still have this 15-minute delay here. So I have 15 minutes before. Oh, okay. I thought you said to type it into Windows search, into my search down here. Right here in the search, right? Okay, so I did that. Ugh. Ugh, this is getting so annoying. Why is it popping up? Why are these things popping up? All right, guys, we're now open. We are now open. So again, nothing is going to happen in this right here until at least 9:45. That is by design. So I've got time. That's really all I'm waiting for. And this is in my continuation scan. Okay, I'm going to try to follow you. Where's that stupid win? I know what you mean. I'm looking for it on my keyboard. Okay, it's called Command. Yeah, okay. So let's do Command R. You know, it's not popping up. You know what? You do your trading, Pepe. Okay. Between my control, I've got something called Opt, Start, and Command CMD. This is not my keyboard between Control and Alt. So Command R, you don't mean the plus sign in R, you just mean Command and R, right? Nothing's popping up anywhere. Don't worry about it right now. Don't worry about it right now. Nothing is popping up. I know what should happen somewhere. Little sort of the old DOS type, and nothing is popping up. Premium A RBI. Okay, something I don't use, and I don't think most of our customers don't do it, Shadan. But it's called red bar ignored and green bar ignored. Okay. I would say that it's virtually unused by 99% of our customers. If you don't know what RBI, red bar ignored, green bar ignored, in theory, well, not in theory, but this is what it means. If you had a red bar, and then the next bar is green, totally engulfed by the previous red bar, and then the next bar is red, where we're on the way down. So let's imagine you had a red bar on the way down, and then you had the next bar was green, totally engulfed by the previous red bar, and then the next bar is red and moving below the low of that green bar. That is what it's called, red bar. That would be green bar ignored. Okay. In other words, you've got a trend down with the red bar. There's a pause with the green bar, and then the trend continues. That's that in theory, and it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter what time frame you look at, but that's the theory behind it. Okay. But I would say that hardly any of our customers use that. It was something that was developed years and years and years ago, and I wish I would just take it out. All right, guys. Well, I'm sort of flying. Okay, let's take a look at Beat. Beat was a big one yesterday, of course. I'm just going to wait for these to happen. The gap continuation scan. It's crazy, though. I know, Pepe, what you're talking about. It's just opening up like an old DOS, almost like an old DOS box. Okay. Okay, you're right. So here, okay, so now here's the CMD. So now what? Um, so MS-settings Bluetooth, colon Bluetooth, right here. I've got time. I've got another 8 minutes. Okay, well let me type that in. What's the worst that can happen? Sorry guys, if you're listening to all this, I'm just having problems with Bluetooth, which means I cannot hear my sound alerts. No. Oh, start. Okay, start. Okay, START hyphen or space MS hyphen. And it doesn't help that I've had about 4 hours of sleep. Okay, but that's just bringing me back to this. That's just bringing me back to this. Oh, no. Still giving me my scroll down here. More devices and printer settings? No. More Bluetooth settings. I don't see anything that says more Bluetooth settings. I've rebooted. I've rebooted my machine several times this morning. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Still have 4 minutes before my my scan starts producing. Help. I mean, I tried all this. Reinstalling Bluetooth drivers. I could do that. Maybe I could try that. You know what, guys? When I take my break at noon, I'll take a look at this. I mean, it's just kind of frustrating right now for me because I can't hear my sound alerts. Anyway, Rivian, RIVN. Remember, Rivian had a bad, I think it was a bad day yesterday. Yeah, Rivian, come on, where's my daily chart now? Yeah, Rivian had a bad day yesterday, fell down, had some kind of like Rivian day, we'll call it. Or sort of like test. I think it was their first ever. I believe it was for investors and all, and did not impress. But now, and it's halted. Yes, it is halted now. And of course, I can't hear my halt. I can't hear when something is halted. That's okay. You know, it'll. I'll just try to figure out something when I'm in about at 9 o'clock, noon Eastern time. Just waiting for something to show up here. Miggy halted on the way up. Yeah, Miggy halted on the way up. So in the device manager, where am I looking for Bluetooth? Yeah, missed on the way down, guys. MIST, Milestone Pharmaceuticals. Here's another one of these where these guys, and William, I asked him about this yesterday, about when we're seeing a lot of these either giving up or gifting, and these often something to do with tax. Yeah, I'm sorry. I still don't know where to look for Bluetooth. I'm sorry. Oh, it's missing. Okay, it's missing. That's what you're. Okay, good. I'm not. Yeah, weird. Well, it's got to be a way to add it back. How's the SPY doing, guys? Opening. Let's see. What time is it now? 9:43. So, SPY's down a little bit. How's the Dow doing? Dow is up a little bit. This FRMI, this was not shortable. That's right. I looked at it earlier today. I wanted to see if this was shortable for me. Down 45%. This is actually, I'm not sure why. It plunges after tenant terminates. Tenant terminates, must be an anchor, a big anchor tenant or something. An investment grade rated tenant has terminated a $150 million agreement for Project Matador site. Okay. ZDGE guys. Well, this really ripped. This is a cheap earnings play. Cheap earnings play. So Shadan, I didn't want to, and I think also this is, I didn't realize it was, but I guess it is. It's a part of the premium service. So, you can click on one and you can see what sort of I don't know when it'll start populating. Okay, here we go. We're getting a few right now, a couple right now. Well, only one. Yeah, Hermes. I mean, the last window update was Wednesday, and everything was fine yesterday. So that I know what you mean. Everything was fine yesterday. So that's what. Okay, guys. NX. Missed it. Have I missed it? This is an earnings play. NX is an earnings play. It's still up. Yes. I know Bluetooth has been disabled. Remember when I said my mouse? I was Bluetoothing my mouse because for whatever reason I couldn't get it working otherwise. Yeah, when I tried my mouse this morning, the other mouse I have, was not responsive, and I thought, oh, okay, maybe it's the battery's dead. But no, now I understand it's Bluetooth has been just disabled. WVE, boy, I mean, what's going to happen with this one today? Continuing down. Now, Gemmy, big one from yesterday. It closed kind of near the high, actually. It's still down a little bit from yesterday's close. Wow, nice early one, guys, on this short. I wasn't able to take it, but you can see right there, NX short opportunity, 1784, 1759 now, and it did not pop up at all from that alert price. And I do appreciate you guys trying to help me. I know it's very, and I don't want to, I just don't want to dominate. I mean, we're still trading, guys. It's not, again, the end of the world for me not to have it. It's just, I'm just so used to hearing my sound alerts. So Vail is a gap down in reverse. Let's see, 1273. So it hasn't moved yet. Obviously, a ton of room, 1340, the next high looking left. Yeah, but you understand, I don't see Bluetooth. It's gone. You see, I mean, I don't want to dwell on this, but you can see, I see what you're looking at, but Bluetooth is not there. So it's somehow it's been uninstalled. Okay, I'll try that one more time. Yeah, man, the NX right off the bat, guys, fantastic alert. So here are my hidden devices. So if I click on this, so what should I do when I see this? This is what happened when you told me to look for hidden devices. Here they are. Here is Bluetooth now. Boy, this NX, guys, this is a real nice one right off the bat. 1784 was the alert, and down to 17 before it even had any sort of a pop-up, 1714. Right click, scan for hardware changes or properties. Oh, I see. Expanded. I see what you mean. Here I've expanded it. What if I just, I think we're getting closer, but I can't quite do what you want me to do. Jemmy, guys. So Jemmy. This was a gap down in reversal. Has not moved really. Has not moved. It's almost, it's, if it goes positive, but there's the next high looking left on the daily chart, 1535. This is the drop down on Bluetooth. Big drop down. YCBD, wow, halted on the way down though. Halted on the way down. Cannabis play, guys. Big cannabis play. Rivian on the move still. Rivian on the move. RIVN. Nice. Wow, right from the get-go. Trading higher to the company announced that wrong click. Announced that it was entering the autonomous driving race with its new AI chip, targeting level 4 autonomy. And also Needham raised their price target from 14 to 23. Is this the end for BBGI? Okay. That's from Nihon in our YouTube room. I don't know. Let's take a look at BBGI. Well, it's the end for a while. I mean, 2 days ago had the massive day, but it did sell off. Remember, it got up to $26, but it closed down here at 16. That's a massive sell-off. Yesterday was a down day, and now today, further down day. I mean, the end. I mean, the end forever. I don't know. I mean, we won't know, but it's basically gone back to where it from whence it came 2 days ago. So you can see that, yeah, this is showing up here on the gap scan, but the next high looking left, pretty close, right here, around. It's hard to tell here. Looks like it's around 1360 or so. Actually, I'm wrong. This is it's hard to tell. It looks like around 1413 actually. So that next high looking left, that red line represents the if I back this daily chart out, so it's got a little bit of room, approximately to $14 for the HYMC. Well, it's all to do with the sound core. Okay, I suppose these are not really Bluetoothed up, in my opinion, but I don't know what all these are. Yeah, so I'm going to figure out, between at noon when I take my break, try to figure it out. Is beat hard to borrow for me? Let's see. Tell you in a second. Beat is yes. It is not readily available at Interactive Brokers. This is what I get. Contract will be available for short sale if can be located. And when I see that, it just means it's not readily available. I'm not going to try to get them to try to find shorts for me. I want them now if I wanted to short it. So I'm not going to wait around. Oh my goodness. What a short. I missed on this one. Wow. 1350 was the short opportunity, and it got down to 1220 before it popped up again. Now I don't know if you could have got it. Probably could not have got it right at 1350, but anywhere near that price. Okay, so the question. So please listen carefully, everybody. Okay, so. This is my favorite scan right now, okay? The gap continuation or reversal scan, my favorite scan. It's 9:59 right now, so I'm going to go over my homepage anyway, but this is my favorite scan. Now, what I do is I take this scan and I also create a don't repeat version of it, okay? So this allows me to go back in time and I'll only see the symbol once, okay? As opposed to seeing VELO over and over and over again, as it was a potential short. I'm only going to see it once. Now, I will see the symbol again if it happens to come into another one of the scans. Okay. But I'll only see it once in the gap up and reverse. Hopefully that makes sense. So if you want, and so what happens is this creates a watch list for me. This is my watch list for the day. And I click on the alerts and I'll see, well, what did it do from there? Did it go in the direction that we were, the suggested direction, a gap up and reverse? That was a gap up and reverse. Of course it did. But sometimes when you click on it, maybe it hasn't moved that much. Or even if it has moved, maybe this is a gap up and reverse, but maybe it's found a bottom somewhere, and maybe it'll reverse on the way up. So again, this is why I like to use it like a watch list. So in order to create it, the first thing to do is, assuming you still want to see this scan, is you right click and you duplicate this scan. You duplicate it. So if you load my scan, I'm going to show you where you can load it. Right now, you're not going to see everything that happened earlier than, say, 10 o'clock Eastern time. You will see the last alerts that happen from those, but you're not going to see everything that happened earlier. Okay. And you'll see going forward, you'll start to see alerts. Now, the next thing to do is you take this, now that you've duplicated it, and you right click and you go to properties and go to don't repeat, and then check the don't repeat window and scroll down, and for a day. That's what I do for a day. So now this will be like this. Okay. I'm only going to see the symbol the one time in that particular scan. And the only other thing I do is I right click, again, go down to properties and back down to the window name. And I add DR to it because I know it's the don't repeat version. So if I went too fast, from anybody listening to this, let me know. And don't forget to save it, okay? Save your work so you don't have to do it every single day. Save it in your layout if that's what you want. If you want it as part of your layout, make sure you save your layout. So what I'm going to do now is go over my home page and show you the information that I am sharing, including this scan. By far, the scan that I pay attention to the most. So if you click on my homepage link, at the very top, you're going to see a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. And you can use this code, Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. So again, listen carefully. On a monthly, it's the first month only. Okay. Then after that, it doesn't matter if it's a premium or a standard subscription. So if you take out a monthly subscription, the discount is good for the first month only. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room. And for those of you in YouTube, there's another room I call it the trading room. A lot more action in the trading room. More people are there. More interaction amongst traders. It's free also. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But if you're looking for a lot more action, then come into the trading room. And the trading room is actually open at about 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And I open the YouTube room at about 8:30. And I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. Now, why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So 3:45, a little early for me to open the room. So that's why Obi in the trading room opens it up at 6:45 Eastern time. And I usually leave sometime between 2 and 3. William, who's not here quite yet, but he will be here later. Most of the time, he will keep the main room open after I leave. It's up to him for how long he wants to keep it open. Monday to Thursday is usually till about 3:45, depending on what sort of earnings plays there are. Fridays, it could be a little earlier, could be 3:30, but understanding that neither of those gentlemen are obligated to do what they do. Okay? But I do thank them profusely for doing it. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do is if you click on, wait a minute, before we do that, so keep scrolling down on my homepage. You can also sign up for the Trade of the Week, which is right here. Trade of the Week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, basically saying to us, hey, I'm not getting it. Where is it? Now, education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, go down to the education section, click on the more info and scroll down a little bit and go to the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. There are 12 short videos, mandatory. This is the very first thing you must do. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is it the right fit for you? I would start off with the second video and go to the last one. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay. Back to basics, and you can just you can take tries for a month. And if you don't like it, it's just month to month. It's not a long-term subscription. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, we have 15 free videos for you if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for the scans and races, etc., that I'm currently sharing, so click on the scan section. So I'm sharing two races. I have a large cap race and then another race that's sort of wide open, a very volatile race. So if you're into races, I've got a couple of races you can take a look at. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. Basically taking two competing scans, finding stocks that are moving higher versus stocks moving lower with very similar filters in place. Here's the Halts resumes down here. And then here's my favorite scan right here, okay? The GAT continuation or reversal right here. And as I showed you before, here is the don't repeat version of it. So now I can I can look back and see, well, what happened from that first alert? Because here's my time. These alerts will not happen for me until at least 9:45. And that's by design. I like to sit out the first 45 minutes, let things settle down a little bit, okay? Not that after 45 minutes, everything is settled down, but certainly more so than in the first 15 minutes. I do have some other scans that I am sharing, though. There's a momentum scan, and then there's the Pepe combo scan. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So this is a trading room, but it's also, both rooms are trading rooms, but it's also a support. They're both support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long if you want. Don't be shy. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. Yeah, the SPY is, having a little down move now. Dow is still up. The Q. Oh, look at, wow, it's a big drop in the Q. So tech stocks are still not doing well. All right, here's a gap down and go. Okay, so the gap down and go. I think this was one I traded yesterday. Lots of shares available. The only thing I don't like about it right now is the spread, 1184, 12. Just give me a moment. I might have to. Trying to use Interactive Brokers midpoint. A little wary of it though because it's spread. Okay, give me one moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm now back. Okay, so I was able to get some of the CTNM on a short. Okay, and so we'll see what happens on this one now. Look at the NX. What a massive short on this one. 1784, 1682. So there's almost a dollar move. Okay, almost a dollar. They're not all going to be like that. Okay, I want to give anybody the impression they're all going to be like that, but boy, oh boy. Oh yeah, I would say that. Yeah, the J. I hate that symbol. It's so J whatever. Pretty tough to short, probably from any broker. And then the KPLT. Let's see the KPLT. KPLT. So it's interesting. RAI wanted to go long the Ruckus, obviously the wrong direction. Okay, our RCUS. Boy, another really nice one, guys. I wasn't able to pay attention, but look at that. 9:56. That's the time, Eastern time. Excuse me, and 22:48 to go long, and 23:38 now, almost a dollar move. Well, let's take a look at XLK, guys. XLK, of course, is the, and you know what? This is what I'm going to do this right now. So XLK, wow, down, that's a big move. Where is the 200-day moving average? 125.96. So it's still well above it. But let's take a look at the sectors, okay? Just give me a moment. I just want to put a price alert on the CTNM. Yeah, I don't like that spread. I do not like that spread. It tightened up a little bit for me, but when I got in, but I just have to keep an eye on it. So I'm going to go click on new from the toolbar. And then I'm going to click on dock to channel bar, okay? I'm going to click on the show more. Then we're going to go down to the sector status. Click on the sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, okay? XLB, XLY, et cetera, and I think we have the SPY and the Qs in here also. So you can see right now, okay, this is the weakest sector. It's down 1.4% from yesterday's close, and that's the tech sector right there, XLK. So you can see right off the bat that the tech sector is the weakest sector going. If you go to the top, not a huge move, but this is materials. XLB is the strongest. It's only up 0.5%. But that's what, so the 61%, basically that means that 61% of these guys are above yesterday's close versus 38% below yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So now, if you're looking at this and thinking, okay, well, here's the weakest sector, XLK. Let's dive into the sector and see what's happening. So interesting, 70% of the stocks that we have here making up XLK are down from yesterday's close. 30% are up. So look at Adobe. I mean, Adobe is actually strong within the sector. It's up 2.9%. Okay, and TYL, I don't know what that is, Tyler. But let's take a look at the weakest one in the sector. I mean, so this is Broadcom or AVGO. I used to have another symbol, but AVGO, that's down 9%, 9.7%. WDC down 7%. So you can see the weakest ones in the sector. Okay. And that's what you can do to go through all the sectors. You can find the strongest stock in the sector versus the weakest stock. And so it's an interesting exercise. Some of you, this is maybe all you'll do, especially if you're more into the larger cap stocks. Okay. And again, that's just called the sector status. And in order to find it, click on dock channel bar. You probably have to click on more, like show more. And it's at the bottom. Well, it's up here now because I've got it loaded, but it'll be down here. Okay. Well, I was looking for a lot more of the CTNM. I had a bit of a profit in it, but now it's starting to bump up on me here. Basically, kind of where I shorted it. So, I don't know. Meanwhile, we got this. This is probably an awesome gap down in reverse that I'm missing. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's not awesome. Well, it is not bad. Okay, we had the alert at 9:40, and it's at 10:02 now. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. I'm just going to give this CTNM just a little bit longer. Well, good. Give me a moment, guys. This spread issue with the CTNM is sort of driving me a little bit crazy. So download this is the download, what you're looking at. This is the downloadable application, if that's what you're talking about. So the desktop, I mean, if this is what you're talking about, this is the downloadable application. Okay. So yes, you have to have a toolbar that looks like this in order to have my scans. Kumo. Okay. So if you have a toolbar that looks like this, then you can download my scans. Okay. So all you do. So when you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. And you click on my homepage link, and then when you scroll down from the top here and go to the scan section. So if you wanted this one, the gap continuation, I'll show you, I'll demonstrate how, and to anybody else, if you want, maybe you don't know. So I've got the link here, open scan, but a lot of you may not know, okay, great, but how do I get it onto my screen? So you open the scan, okay, and you see, now sometimes it might show up in a new tab, but you'll see there's the link right there. There is the link right there. So I'm going to highlight it, left click, and just drag and highlight it. And then Control C is going to copy it. So I've copied the link. And then from the toolbar, you click on File and then Load from Cloud, because basically I've copied the link into the cloud, and now I'm going to load it from the cloud. And if you've done it correctly, this box will be filled out, and you can see this ends in 10780F. That's what it ends in. So you've done it correctly. And then you just click load, and presto. It showed up on my other monitor, but here it is. Okay. So that's how you do it. And that's with any of the scans that you see that I am. And remember, when you load my scan, you're not going to see everything like this. Okay. You're only going to see the last alert from the 4 different scans that I've got in that multi-strategy window. All right, guys, I took myself out or a loss on the CTNM. I don't want to say I got greedy, but I was certainly looking for more. I was profitable for a moment in time, but I might look at it again. And don't forget, guys, again, if you're new to all this, okay, if you took one of my scans or anything, if you've created one on your own or you took one of mine, don't forget you've got to save individual scans to the cloud. So you right click and save or share to cloud and save it into your cloud. So it's going to be there. If you accidentally delete it, it'll be there. Okay, it'll be there. And also, don't forget to save your layout to the cloud. So, assuming you've assembled the layout with the charts that you want in terms of timeframes, maybe some of my layouts or my scans, maybe ones that you've created. Once you've got something that you want to see every day, maybe this is what I like to see every single day. So, file, save or share to cloud, file, save or share to cloud. Click on the entire layout and give it a name, name that makes sense to you, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. Well, man, I missed this one badly. A tremendous gap down and reversal play for the FRMI. So what is this gap continuation or reversal scan? So it's called a multi-strategy window. That's why there's an M in the upper left-hand corner as opposed to an alert window. Okay, that's why it says an A. But all a multi-strategy window is taking whatever alert windows you've got and putting them into this one window. And why would you do that? Maybe you only have one monitor, so screen space is a bit of a premium for you. So you like to put things into one monitor, and you can do that. Things, alert windows. Okay, when I say things, only alert windows. Now, I have screen space aplenty, but what I like to do is I like to in a multi-strategy window is put similar scans in a multi-strategy window, which these are all gap scans. And what are they? So if I right click in the multi-strategy window and hover over strategies, these are the scans that I've got. All these are individual alert windows. That's all these are. I could open up the alert window right there, the gap up and go. So the gap up and go, I meant a stock that, remember what the gap is, okay? It can be, people sometimes they don't understand what I mean by gap, what we mean by gap. The gap is the first trade of the day, So so I've got a filter in place. The gap has to be at least 40 cents. And that's from yesterday's close. And also has to be at least 4% up from yesterday's close and 40 cents. That's the gap. So if a stock, and there are other filters in place, but if a stock meets all the filter requirements and then made a new high, that's why we see this gap up and go. And that's how, on the rent, I see rent is interesting because it was a gap up and go, but now it's turned into a gap up and reverse. So that's what a gap up and go. So the stock gapped up, and then at the time of the alert, it was making a new high. Now, it does not mean that it's going to keep moving higher. Okay. It just means at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. A gap down and reverse, and the stock gapped down, the required amount, and then it started to reverse. That's what happened with the FRMI. A gap up and reverse, stock gapped up, and then it started to reverse. And then the gap down and go, stock gap down, and at the time of the alert, it was still moving down. So these are the four. So You don't have, if you don't want to see them all, you just uncheck what you don't want to see. So for instance, some of you just might want to play reversal plays, okay, which is fine. So you would uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go as an example. Some of you only want to go long. So the gap up and go and the gap down and reversals are opportunities to go long. And these two down here, the gap up and reverse and the gap down and go, are opportunities to go short. However, personally, even though this is a gap down and go and the stock, at the time of the alert, it gap down, it doesn't mean that later on in the day, it may completely reverse and move higher. Okay. So that's why I would want to see these all day long. Consequently, that's why I've got this. Okay. That's why I've got this. Look what happened here. The gap up and go for HYMC at the beginning, that's what it was. But, and that, sure, it gapped up and it went, but then it turned into a gap up and reverse. Gapped up and now it's reversing. That's the only time you'll see the same symbol in this window, okay? The only time is if it happens in another one of the strategies. So again, HYMC was a gap up and go. You'll never see it again in the gap up and go, but all of a sudden it reversed and it turned into a gap up and reverse. The rent did the same thing. It was a gap up and go at 701 and then it reversed. So that can happen. And, if you're going to, it's probably a good idea to, have something that tracks the market, because if you're trying to play, say, a gap down and reversal play, you probably like the market not doing this. Reversals are not going to work probably as well if the market is, just selling off. Doesn't have to be moving higher necessarily, but you just want to stop seeing it selling off. So gap down and reversal is probably not the way to go right now. I'm not saying none of them will work. Look at the FRMI now. I mean, it was a nice little one for a while, but probably succumbing to market conditions a little bit. Now, they talked about losing a first key tenant, but Stifel says that Fermi is still in negotiation. So that probably maybe gave it a little glimmer of hope right here. Still down 36%. So RYM, looks like this was an IPO back here in September. And all-time high was up here around $53. Sort of remember this one when it came out. I think there's some pretty big names behind it. Jeez. And this was shortable for me. I mean, here's your alert. Again, I'm not saying you could have got it right at 1350. I have no idea. But look at this. I mean, 1350, 957, that's the time. 1350, the opportunity to short on a gap up and reversal play. And it's been fairly steadily down. You're following that cloud wave, the trade wave, orange, weak trend. And before it pulled up at all, I mean, so if it got down to 1075. I'm not saying you could have got the short right, where are we? Right at 1350 and covered right at 1150. But, anywhere you give yourself 2/3 of that. And that's a fabulous, fabulous trade. So, on a day like today, you would expect you're probably going to get more gap up and reversal plays, okay? Just based on what the market is doing. Stocks, kind of following the market, especially if they don't have any news on their own. It's not an earnings play that, it's not sometimes, of course, stock that has earnings or has news on their own won't care as much about what the overall market's doing, especially if it's, some of these low floaters, low flying stocks that don't, fly under the radar most of the time. Here's an earnings play, guys. I don't know what volume it is. Not a lot of volume, but this is an earnings play. FEIM. And guess what? All-time high. FEIM, all-time high. Wow. So again, early on, the NX, 1784. You can see it got down to 16. Still moving down. Still moving down. It's an earnings play, and it's just, selling off. Still up 10%, but it's just selling off. Okay, so this just got halted. ARBKL, Argo blockchain, just got halted. What's the volume like? Well, not huge, but 76 times normal. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. The MIGI. They did okay, so at least they did it after hours. Okay, I can see now. They did it after hours. They didn't do it during market hours. They did it at 5:30, and then that's when really crashed the stock. That's not necessarily true. It had already gone down to 610. So that stock had really sold off from, the 14, 15 level down to 610. And then they announced the financing. It's almost like somebody knew a financing was coming. What one did you want to take, Poe, just out of curiosity? See if Interactive Brokers would allow us. We might have to change brokers if it's becoming an epidemic. CGTL, well, yeah, well, I'm getting a bid ask, but I know what you mean. It's So question, is it possible to set up the AI for both day and swing trading? Well, so these are the current AI alerts for today, okay? So now you could always, if this is what I don't swing trade, but but what I would be doing is if the stock closed well. So for instance, let's take a look at something here. I mean, some of these are cheap, but let's take a look at GRWG. Now this is cannabis play, okay? I'd like to see something that's I mean, the bottom line would be this: if you saw an alert in here and you liked it and you actually took it as a day trade, during the day, and then it closed well. Closing well for me would mean it would close, near the high of the day. In other words, it didn't move up and then just sell off completely. So close near the high of the day. And then if I looked left, looked at the daily chart, and if I saw that there was a lot of room for it to keep running before it hit that next high, or on the weekly chart or the monthly chart, then you can make up your mind whether or not you want to swing it. Okay, so you're not setting up. It's not, you're not setting up to say, okay, show me swing trades from the AI on like today. It would really, for me, it would really depend on whether or not it's set up well. Did it close well? And is there room for it to keep moving if I took it now? Does that make sense? And then you can make up your own mind whether or not you want to swing trade it. But there's nothing in here that's going to say, you know what, this is designed to swing. Now, I'll show you this, but I mean, it could be very, very late though. But if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, and then you click on, I'll click on the AI long, okay? The long right there. So what you're seeing here, these are historical AI trades, okay? Historical ones. And the ones that have doesn't make sense. Give me a moment as I move this off screen. That doesn't make sense to me. Well, something, well, I don't look at this at all, but the theory was that I thought that these are all historical AI trades and they're in the money based on the initial alert. But obviously the entry was at 740 and here's at 193. So that can't be. But if I look at BWIN at 2477, that was the original entry. So, I mean, in theory, these are longer term trades, but yeah, I don't know how to interpret this now. Is it possible to remove the location? Not that I'm aware of. I don't use the Tradeway report at all, but you're talking about the location is here. I do not believe, in other words, are you trying to, you want it up? You see, I just clicked on it. No, at least, no, you see that X up there, that tricks you in thinking that's how you can close it. And that's what I've done. But this is not good in my opinion. Okay, so the only way I can get rid of this now is by clicking on it up here. Or up here, sorry. Have to see it up here. So no, there's no way you can move this around. or make it smaller. So when I click on the trade wave report, now, I mean, if I make this, yeah, I mean, you can start to shrink your window a bit, but I don't use it. Okay. So, but it's a real pain because unless your window is big enough, your chart is big enough, you have, in order to get rid of it, you have to see the trade wave report at the top here. Okay. But my chart, I don't want my chart that big. So when I click on it, when I click on trade wave report, notice I can't see it until I make the chart bigger. And I used to think that was it, X, but that is shutting down the whole chart. So you have to be able to see the trade wave report up here, and it's like a toggle on and off. So the answer to your question is no. Yeah, it's a major hassle to close it. I mean, I don't know why they couldn't have just, let it remain down here so you can see it all the time. Still trying to figure out this long term. So these are these are the ones today, the ones that the idea is to go long. These are the ones literally today. I'm reading this wrong. So this is one today. I don't have no idea what that entry price means. You can see I don't use this at all. Oh, I see. So you can. Okay, so you can pick. Okay, history signals in the money. Okay, last 30 days. So now at least it's making a little bit more sense because here's your entry. So at some point in time, OWLT was an AI alert. The entry was 1152. So it's in the money, 1491. So all these prices have to be above the entry price, all these ones here. So if you saw something that was relatively close to it, you might look at that and go, well, maybe, but as always, I would always click on the alert and see what you see on the chart. The question that was asked earlier this week was, it would be nice to get an alert when a symbol showed up. Okay, like an alert when the symbol showed up in this box. Well, I thought that's so I didn't have to actually pick a time frame. And again, you can tell I don't use this at all. But it doesn't help because what if when you see it, come on. So show long-term trades, okay. The problem is when you see it, I mean, see, these are today's though. I don't understand why we're seeing a QH today, like today's trades. I don't understand why we're seeing that. I thought that you would not see this until, following days. I'm obviously not understanding something because the entry price is 740 and we're at 194. So maybe QH was an alert a long time ago. Anyway, you guys can figure it out. See another one I've missed out on, KPLT. KPLT was a while ago, almost an hour, not quite an hour ago, say 40 minutes ago. 771 on the alert to short, 747 now. Okay, one more time. See, this is again what I'm doing though. I'm taking AI strategy trades, all history, all, and I've put the filter on profitable. And so it makes sense for me now to see these because they're above the entry price whenever that happened. Anyway, and there's probably a ton of them. And that went from October to December today. October, so 2 months, I guess. Well, the FEIM, I know I mentioned it a little while ago. This is an earnings play, all-time high, and it's just inching its way up. Look at how beautiful that wave is. That's what you want to see the wave looking like. And a little bit wide right here, okay? But notice how the bottom of the bars were, for the most part, keeping in contact to the top of the wave. And then the wave just kind of narrows out, making it less volatile, easier to stay in the trade. You know, little dip down below right there, but not much. And then just easy to just keep in this trade. You know, so if you're not using the wave, if you don't have the wave on your charts, I can show you how, and how I really think it's a great great way to keep in trades maybe a lot longer than you ever used to. Just follow the wave. Okay, so following the wave here, the ruckus, you see how it's now starting to maybe do the little transition, a little sell flag here, and you know it's starting to turn orange. The VWAP is down here at so that's far enough away. If you thought the VWAP would act as support, it's about $1 away. I mean, it's a weak stock. It's down 7% still, even though it had a nice little run. It is still a weak stock. Good volume. 81 is not a low float, 81 million in the float, not a low float, not crazy high. RCUS, 9 times relative volume. So it's trading 9 times normal up to this time of day. But it's kind of stuck right now. It's not really doing much. Yeah, I will feel if I took this one, I'd be chasing it. We had the alert at 1286 to short. 1286 is down to 1261 now. And that's for the HYMC. Okay, so your guys are saying OCG after the tremendous dump it had. OCG, yeah. So it's, well, a little bit like the Chow from a couple of days ago. That's a great run, 56 to $1.74. Yes, great run. You know, and it's not. I mean, I would have assumed this was one of those really crazy low floaters. It's 20 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. All right, guys, 10:57. So at noon, I'm going to take my break and I'm going to try to figure out how to get my Bluetooth working again. It's very lonely without my music, I'm telling you, and not hearing my sound alerts. Hmm. Yeah, everything's down now. Yeah, the Dow's giving it up. So wow, look at that Q is down 11 now, and the SPY's down 7. So this is it's a big down day, obviously, guys. Big down day now. And couple of big red bars. That's a big move, 7.5 points on the SPY, but the Q is down 11. William, where are you? You're not in yet. I think he's going to be here around noon, but an hour from now. He said he would be here or in the room at about noon Eastern. Nope, he's not there. That's for sure. So it depends what you mean by one that integrates better with TI. I mean, Interactive Brokers is awesome if you're looking for something that integrates really well with trade ideas, but it depends what you mean by that. I'm talking to Miko. It depends what you mean by integrating better with TI. Remember now, I don't use Brokerage Plus. I don't trade from the charts. My external linking tool. So if you're looking for something that links really well, is not zero commission. No, half a cent a share. So, but you get what you pay for. If you're not able to get fills the way you want them at TOS or others, I mean, again, you get what you pay for. I think all the brokers are doing something like maybe not the center trades and the Cobras, Poe, but I've heard enough people say that E-Trade, Fidelity, and even Interactive Brokers from time to time. It really hasn't affected me for anything I've wanted to do over the last several months. Okay, but there were a couple of times, a couple of months ago, where somebody would say IB is not allowing you to trade it. I mean, we're not talking about not having shorts. IB Lite is commission-free trading, but we don't connect to it. That's the problem. So if we don't connect to it, you cannot click on a symbol and have it load. That's so that even if IB Lite were available in Canada, which is not, I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't use it. Because it's way more important for me to be able to click on a symbol and have it show up in the box in my trading platform. And I'm not 100% convinced that so you guys are, those of you paying zero commissions. I mean, I'm not going to say you're not getting the best fills. I'm not going to say that, but maybe I'm going to intimate that. Okay, SKM will. Again, you get what you pay for. It's the acronym again, PFOP. We just don't have that in Canada. We're not allowed. Well, I mean, imagine if you didn't get exactly the fill that you thought you were going to get, and you got, even a penny difference will make the difference. Okay, and that basically means, okay, you got free commission, but if you got filled a penny or two away from where you would have got, say, at IB, well, there you go. Just give me. I'm not saying it's happening. Okay, I just know that you get what you pay for. And some may tell me, no, you're wrong. I get perfect fills, and great. That's great. So I do see we had a really nice one from our AI. Again, no sound alert, so I didn't see it. But a really nice one. Yeah, 158, 190 on that QH. And even this one, 281 to, well, I'm going to have to take a look at this one now that it's over the whole number. CLYM. I want to see what it's doing. CLYM. The next high, yeah, it's too close. You can just see right off I mean, if you'd got it at 281, which I wouldn't have taken it because, for me, a little too close to the whole number. But if you'd taken it at 281, it's a nice move so far. Just be aware that the next high is 328 on the monthly chart. So that could be a bit of a stall factor. Interactive Brokers allows you to trade from the chart. E-Trade also. Alpaca, I have no idea. Well, Alpaca should, but certainly Interactive Brokers allows you to trade from the chart. Well, E-Trade is free commission. But if you want to trade early, the common complaint I've heard about E-Trade is that if you try to trade in the first 10 minutes, you might get very frustrated. William would, if he were here, he would tell you that. I'm using Interactive Brokers for my order. I'm trading from within Interactive Brokers. I'm not using the Trade Ideas platform. Now, people ask me that why? I've had Interactive Brokers for 10 years now. I'm very, very used to trading from within. Okay, and I don't see the big the big advantage of clicking on a buy or the trade ticket or whatever might show up and doing it on here. I'm just so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers. If I were brand new to trading, yeah, maybe I would, look at it a little more closely, but I don't see I don't, for personally, I just don't see a big advantage of doing it. You're talking about things like this and this and this. Oops. I mean, most brokers will do something like this, okay? But yeah, I mean, this tells me how many shorts are available for a stock. That's for Vail. This is my news. This is my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This, I think, is something that's maybe unique to Trade Ideas. I don't know. Showing me instantly how many shares are available and to short. And I get the comment a lot. It looks like it's stuck in the DOS days well, it may be. It's not pretty. The IB is not pretty, but it's. I'll take, again, the cliche. I'll take function over form any day. Well, let's put in the SPY and see what it looks like. So you can see it's taken out the low of the last 2 days and this day. So the next low, I mean, will this be support? I mean, of course, I don't know, but the next low is call it 680. So there's their next low. This area right here is, around that 680 mark, and you might say 677 is you wouldn't want to, because if it gets through 677, then the next low is way under here at 664. So I'd be probably putting a price alert around 676, which would have to drop another 4 points, but I'd put a price alert right there, because if it takes that out today, look out. And then, last week's low is right there. Well, son of a gun. Now the CNTM is, I'm not in it now. It took me out for a small loss, but now it's doing what I was hoping it would do earlier, but it's a little bit too late for me now. All right, it is Andy today. Yes, it's Andy in our YouTube room today. So when I take my break at noon Eastern, Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. He'll go from 12 to 1 Eastern time as I take my break. A little frustrating. Why didn't it do this when I was in it? But that's trading, guys. That's trading. Boy, I saw this one. This was just ripping higher. ARBKL. Now it's just falling apart a little bit. ARBKL. Not a little bit. I mean, this got up to $6. We're talking $3.85 now. So not short of, there are shorts available. It's halted on the way down now. There are shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 124,000 of them. So we've got ARBK and ARBKL. Let's take a look. What's trading more? 557,000 on that one, and 2 million. I don't know if they're exactly. Are they the same? Yeah, they're the same. There's that. So the RYM resumed. Got halted at 29.41. So a little. I'm sorry, I'm way behind. It also got halted. It got halted at resumed at 29.41, and popped a little bit. So it must have got halted on the way down. PSNY, which was in a real downtrend for the last few days, trying to have a little pop here above yesterday's high now. PSNY, big down day. I mean, 2 days ago, this was a $17 stock, closed down here at 12, got down to 1180 yesterday. Now it's trying to have a little bit of a pop. And the next high. So there's the close of a couple of days ago. So it's almost there. You know what? Maybe put a price alert there and see what happens there. See what the reaction is there. Is this an IP? Oh, it's not an IPO. Okay. THH got halted on the way. Wow, got up to 1641. So it was halted on the way down. Try hard. Never heard of this one before. Lifestyle Entertainment Company, Japanese company. So you can see, this is kind of dried up here, guys. The last alert for a new stock was at 1029. So about 45 minutes ago. But this one right here, this will keep you busy. This ticker. Okay, Gemmy. Now this is not shortable. It's not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. I think it was available, but it is not now. So this, again, this is mixed gap down and reverse, gap down, reversed, and it did reverse nicely, but now it's a gap down and go. But I don't have shorts available. Well, guys, I'm in this veil short and it hasn't moved at all. It's I'm a couple of pennies to the good, but I am in this veil short. Just hasn't moved at all or much. The alert was at 1264 and just hasn't moved much. Okay, guys. Well, listen, things are really dragging for me now. Okay, it's 11:20. I don't really see too much that I'm interested in right now. See, I can't even hear that sound alert. So there's PSNY. And so PSNY. So it took out the high here. Bit of a chase sequence now, though, unfortunately. And it's certainly running counter to the market. I mean, you can see, the market's down and PSNY doesn't care right now. Had two big down days, of course, but it's trying to recover a little bit. Boy, nice. Another. See, the volume is actually coming into this PSNY also. Volume starting to come in over that whole number. Obviously, a ton of room. Hard for me to commit based on what happened the last 2 days and with the market doing what it's doing, but it's certainly trading on its own. 1754, next high looking left. Oh, what a miss. Look at the velo, guys. Again, the alert to short at 1350. About over an hour ago, well over an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago, 1350, 1055 now. And there were plenty of shorts available, Interactive Brokers. No shorts for Miggy. Are you talking about this? The small chart again with the shorts? Are you talking about this, or what do you talk? Which one are you talking about? This is from Interactive Brokers. So which, when you say the small chart again with the shorts alert, is that what you mean? Are you talking about, okay. I don't know which one now. I mean, I had PSNY. I had Miggy before. Well, I've got Miggy now. I had HYMC. Well, sorry, Topsy. I need, maybe the PSNY. I was saying this is running counter to the market. Maybe that one. I don't know which one I showed and made disappear, Topsy. Sorry. When you say made it disappear, like, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, loaded another chart in its place? Veil? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was Veil. This is one I'm in right now. Are you talking about this? The gap continuation or reversal don't repeat? Okay. See, when you say chart, I'm sorry, because this is not technically a chart, it's a scan, but okay. So do you have the gap continuation or reversal scan? This one, do you have this one, Topsy? Right here? Do you have this one? Because I can show you how you can have the don't repeat version of it. Okay, well, do you want it? So if you want the scan, just click on my homepage link and just put it in. Click on my homepage link, scroll down. Here are the scans right here. Click on view scan. And here it is, gap continuation. So this is what you're going to see now. You won't see all the ones previous. This started giving us alerts at 9:45. So you're not going to see like the ones that started at 9:45. You'll just see the last ones. Okay, so do you want the scan? And then I can show you how you can create the don't repeat version from it. Okay, if you want it. Okay, so you've got this scan now on your screen. You've got this scan on your screen now. Yes, no? Okay, so if you want this version of it, so all this version does is, you notice how rent over and over and over again, you're only going to see it one time here. Okay, it's telling you the first time of the alert, the price, here's the time, and there's the price. As you say, well, what did it do from there? Well, this was a short opportunity, 633, and it's at 588 now. So obviously pretty good. Now, at one point, this was also, though, a gap up and go. There are four strategies in here. Okay, four scans in here. You know, the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and get gap down and go. So the only time you'll see the same symbol twice in this is if it happens to be in it hits in another scan. So rent hit in the gap up and go, and then later on, though, it hit in the gap up and reverse. You'll never see it over and over, but you'll never see it in the gap up and go again, if that makes sense, okay? You're only going to see it, the symbol, one time. Now, it doesn't happen that often that a stock will appear in two different scans, but it can happen. So if you want this, and why I like it, because it's a watch list for me. I watch it all day. I can watch it all day long. Click on an alert, see what's happened from it, from the time of the alert. Maybe it's still setting up. Okay, so that's why I like this as a watch list. So if you still want this one, displayed the way it is, sort of telling you over and over and over again that rent's making a new low, new low, new low, new low, new low. So what you do is you duplicate the window. Okay, you right click and you duplicate the window. And notice what I was saying. If you loaded this window right now, this is what you would see. You're not going to see everything that happened earlier. But so now you've duplicated the window, and then you right click, go down to properties, box pops up, go down to don't repeat, and then you check the don't repeat, and then a little drop down window, and for a day. Okay. So now you're not going to repeat the symbol for a day. You say, okay, now that's been changed into a don't repeat for the day. The only thing I would do is maybe add something to this so you know it's the don't repeat version. That's why I've got DR there. So, you right click, back down to the properties, back down to the window name, and then, just give it a name, DR, or whatever name makes sense to you. So now, it's the don't repeat version of it. Okay? And remember, save to the cloud. You take not just you, Topsy, but anybody listening. If you've loaded something from my scans or a scan that you created, or somehow you got a link from somebody else, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it into your cloud. Okay. So because if you had accidentally hit the X right there, well, it's just a matter of then bringing it back from the cloud. I do know that, Topsy. I do know that. So again, the exercise is to go back in time and see what happened from these alerts. Okay, so let me take a look. Well, obviously, we know the NX was very, very good. Suggestion to short at 1784. It got all the way down to 1666. So over $1. Still, and it's still in the area. Gap down and now Gemmy did a fine. No, it wasn't Gemmy did a financing. Gap down and reverse. 1483. They got up to. They didn't really move from there. Actually, I have to go back a little bit. But this is the exercise to go through. Just check what happened from there. Doesn't mean they're absolutely going to go in the direction that, it was suggested, but it gives me a great watch list and see what happened with Gemmy, turn it into a short later on. No shorts available for me, but anyway, that's the exercise. I mean, the Fermi was excellent. 940 was the alert. And before it pulled back at all, got up to, 1067. Okay. The reference, are you talking about how to that box that like the box where you put the formulas in via Parry? You're talking about up here, tools, formula editor. Is this what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the sample formulas? Okay. Let me get them for you. Or the sample data points. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, so there are two of them. Are you talking about these? Here are all the data points that we've got. Okay. Now this is, I think there are some sample formulas down here, but yeah, some sample formulas down here. But here are the data points that we've got, okay, that you can create custom formulas from. Is this what you're talking about? Or were you talking about what I flashed, all the formulas that I had? Oh, okay, you're talking about that. Well, those are just I had when I went crazy a long time ago and created a bunch of custom formulas, but they're mine, okay? And I haven't used them. I don't use custom formulas at all. The only one I really do use is that distance to the next high. But showing you that is not, I can show it to you, but it's really not going to mean too much. So you're talking about this, right? All these different custom formulas that I created years and years and years and years ago. I should just delete them all. I don't use them. Is that what you mean? And this is the distance to the next high is the one I gave you yesterday, right here. This is the formula. So what do you need? Do you need the formula? Is that what you want? That's what you're looking for? The actual formula? If it is, I'll just copy it in for you. So that's what you were looking for. Okay. Then you can go back up here, tools and formula editor, and copy that formula in. Like this is obviously some kind of a default that's showing up. I don't know what, yours may be completely blank. It's blank, great. But if it's not, get rid of that and then copy that formula. It's got to be exact, okay? And then give it a name. No. There's no, these are all, they're not shared by Trade Ideas, no. These are my personal ones, yes. But understand that all those formulas you saw on that previous screen, they're things that I created when I, had a lot more time and was a little more enthusiastic about maybe trying to create some custom formulas. And they're done like years and years and years ago. I should really honestly just get rid of them all. Okay, guys, listen, I mean, it's not quite noon yet. I'm going to put myself on mute. If there are any questions, I encourage you to ask me some questions. I'm sort of fading away right now. So if you have any questions, I'll get back on the mic and answer. I will be taking a full break in about an hour, in about 20 minutes when Andy takes over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, can I please explain the red and green indicator? The red and green. Red and green. Red and green indicator. Where are you where do you see a red and green indicator? Top left? Oh, here, this. Okay, I'm sorry. Sure. So this is technically it's called the compare count window, okay? And but I'm calling it the movers, and you can have it, okay? If you do want it. Oops. Give me a moment. But I will explain it, sure. So basically what it does is it takes two competing scans, okay? Two competing scans with similar filters in each, and then says, okay, with those filters in place, show me the stocks that are making new lows for the day. That would be in red. And if we're in green, new highs for the day. So I'll just show you what it looks like. If I right click on it and then configure, and then configure. So this is what the green scan is looking for, okay? And new high of the day, and these are my filters. You're going to see that the red scan is looking for exactly the same thing, except new lows of the day, and then what can be flipped will be flipped. What do I mean by that? Well, you can see right here where the price was up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Well, it's got to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close. You obviously can't flip a price range. You can't flip current volume. You can't flip a volume. Okay, if that makes sense. You can't flip them to something else, but you can obviously flip a new high to a new low, or up 2% to down 2%. Okay, so this is what this is looking for. So if all the filters are required and a stock makes a new high for the day, we'll see it as a green. And this is the configure on the red side. You see what I'm saying now is that this has been flipped to new low, and then this one down at least 2% from yesterday's close. With it, and everything else is the same. All the other filters are the same. So it's like taking two competing scans, two scans competing and running them off against each other. What one is which one is giving more alerts almost? These are all real-time alerts. So it's just another way of presenting our data, okay? Obviously, what I could do, obviously, but I could have this scan running, and I could have the other one, the one looking for stocks, excuse me, making new highs with these filters in place, just as a normal alert window. And I could have the other one, the one I'm looking for making lows, as a normal alert window, side by side. I could do that. This is just a different way of presenting our data. Okay. And then these lines just show you the frequency now. I don't really pay that much attention to the graph so much, but it's just kind of showing you can see the frequency. This is alerts per second, 0.5. Okay. So obviously there was a spike at one point. And these are all real-time alerts, okay? They are real and it's just sort of old school, in the old days where, stocks were displayed as a ticker. It's just another way of displaying the data. Well, if you see a lot of red here, now if I don't really like, for me, the market selling off, I've got a SPY chart, okay? So my SPY chart is telling me the market is selling off. I don't need anything else really to tell me that, because I track the SPY all day long. So that's what I need. But you could create a compare count window of large cap stocks and showing the large cap stocks moving higher versus the large cap stocks moving lower as an example. I'm sure you would see more of a sea of red. But for me, my SPY chart tells me what I want to know. I don't have to look at anything else really to know that the market is selling off, weakening. Or will this be the bottom, and maybe we'll get a bounce on it. The other thing that can be interesting, now this can get skewed a little bit. Okay, you might say, well, how come 62% are green? When the market is down, it's because sometimes the same ticker you'll see it all. It's not different tickers. Yeah, just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage. I put the link in. Sorry, go to my homepage, and when you click on the link, scroll down until you see that center section right here, scans, and it's right here, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. And you can see how you can adjust that. Okay, you saw how I opened it up and I showed you what the filters were. You could change the filters if you want to a different price range, or make it large cap stocks. Maybe you want to put a market cap filter in there. You can create whatever you want using mine as a template if you want. Difference in a halt and a suspend. Well, I don't know. Halted because of volatility. Suspended is, to me, I don't know. William may know better than I do. You get some stocks that are halted because of volatility. A volatility halt is usually a 5-minute halt. Stock went up too fast, and the simple definition of stock moved higher in a short period of time. So it gets halted, usually for 5 minutes. A suspend is obviously way worse. And that could be, where was the suspend? I see that this morning it was halted because of volatility and then resumed. Okay, but were you looking at this? I'm just looking. I just want to see the first halt that I saw was a volatility halt at 952. And then it took a while to resume, I think. Where the heck did it resume? That was a long halt then. Oh, my eyes are betraying me, guys. I know it had to resume. I just don't see it. Okay, so there's why so there it was halted. Oh, there it resumed. Okay. So it was a 5-minute halt. So I don't see the suspend. I don't see the suspend that happened here. Well, it was only a 5-minute halt, which is typical of a halt, not a suspend. What do I think of OCG? Well, it had a great bounce. I'm being asked in our YouTube room. Had a great bounce. You know, right off. I mean, it got slammed down, very scary. A couple of days ago, it was almost a $20 stock. Got slammed down this morning to under $1. So what do I think of it? And it's a bottom fishing play. Obviously, there people are just looking at this as a bottom fishing play, and not much more I can say about it. I know some in the trading room were taking this one. Oh, that's on Monday. Okay, so that was on Monday, not today. I mean, today's Friday. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the stock will get suspended if they don't meet the requirements of the exchange, or for some other reason. I mean, there could be a lot of different reasons why a stock gets suspended. But I didn't see it suspended today. Okay, not according to us. It was a normal 5-minute halt, and that was it. Well, and these are stocks like the CLYM and the well, not now so much, but the CLYM, from our AI. Does it care what the market's doing? Nope. Why? Well, pretty low float, flying under the radar of the overall market, of course. Okay, doesn't care at all what the market's doing. Well, yeah, you're going to try to buy the dips, Poe, depending on what you're trying to buy in. I mean, I'd be waiting to see if we can get some kind of a base here, and maybe a little turnaround before I would try to buy dips. Now, did you have a stop? When you say you're getting killed on NCPL, that usually means you didn't have a stop, you didn't get out, because nobody should be getting killed on anything. They should have a manageable loss, as you know, Steve. Well, then how you get, if you do have a stop, how are you getting killed on it? This is from yesterday. Oh, NCPL. Why did I NCPL? Yeah, but Steve, you heard us talk all about money management yesterday. I know you did. Well, how can you be getting killed when it's at, well, okay, you're saying it's come back on for you a little bit. Okay. So it almost hit your stop. If I'm assuming you got in earlier, because right now you're flat. PHAT. My guess is there are no shares available. Oh, there are shares available for PHAT. Fathom Pharmaceuticals. Now, my problem is I'll be taking a break very soon. And so that is an issue. I don't want to take something new while I'm going to be on my break. I'm going to try to figure out, why I'm not getting why Bluetooth has for some reason been disabled on my my desktop computer. But this would be a very interesting one to me because it's below the whole number of 15. This is a potential short. 1446, maybe a little close. 15, only 50 cents away. The spread, it's not terrible. 7 cents. But I'm not going to do it because I'm going to be taking a break. I don't want to get into this. I'll hang on. The Veil is one of those ones. It's just not trading very much, so I don't think it's not that volatile. So I don't mind holding on to the Veil. 4.5 billion shares in the float, so I don't mind holding on to the Veil. I'm in the money a little bit on the short of it, but PHAT, my guess. See if there's any news on it. Well, of course, Raymond James is trying to convince us to buy it. Strong buy and a target of 28. So that probably popped the stock this morning, but selling off. All right, guys, I better put the YouTube link in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. He'll be there in probably about 5 minutes. So here's the YouTube link. If you want to head over and listen to Andy from Trade Ideas between 12 and 1 in our, yeah, we did. We tried that earlier via Perry. But, I was obviously there's a way. It should be just turn on Bluetooth. But for some reason it got disabled. Okay, and now I'm going to put my, I just put my announcement in. Oops. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room, probably in about 2 minutes or so. And then I'll take off and try to fix this Bluetooth thing. Have to do a video first, and then I'll see what I can do. Even look at the NX. I mean, it's continuing to move down. This was the my guess is that this was and right at 9:45 also. Let me take a look at it. That's a 5-minute chart. I want to see even on the 2-minute chart. Yeah, so at this point right there, had you taken that short, there is the point in which you want to take some profit. Okay, not the entire thing though. You know, the little transition to blue here. Okay, but not a massive one. And you hold on, you hold on, you hold on, and now you're still in the trade. Okay, unless it's really started to curve up. And then if you're looking at a 5-minute chart, you know, it didn't transition at all. Right there is the, you know, not the worrisome, well, sort of the worrisome part as it starts to flatline a little bit, little pop up here. That's where I would have taken some off the short had I been in it, but not everything. And then now you never know what's going to happen. I mean, it's still got, this is an earnings play today. It is an earnings play today, had earnings after hours yesterday. So this is, so I mean, it was a good one. Don't get me wrong, it was a good one, but it's been fading all day. Okay, guys, just waiting for Andy. Maybe on the SPY. I mean, you know, we're making it. I mean, I'd want to see that transition to blue on the 5-minute. Okay, that will at least maybe signify that the weak trend is starting to not be as weak. Oh, YCBD. Talking about the YCBD. This is the so this is a gap up and go now, guys. This is a cannabis play. There's the next high looking left on a daily chart. I know that high right there. That's a daily high in this week at 140. So that could stall it.
Barry, you didn't hear the pop today. Testing, can you hear me?
All right, Andrew's a little late. Let's see if he's pinged me saying he's going to be a little bit late, unless I can't hear him.
Can anybody hear me?
I can't hear him then. Andy, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Because I know they could hear me in YouTube, but I cannot hear you. Okay, so
Okay,
I've got something going on. I'm just going to leave,
yeah.
Andy. I can't hear you.
Okay.
So for some reason, I cannot hear you. I had a problem with somebody a while back. The same sort of thing. I could not hear Chris. So I'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, I cannot hear you, but I will relieve you at 1 o'clock. Okay.
All right, guys. This is Andy. Welcome to my desktop. Welcome to the support webinar. Kind of a crazy day. See if this market can get a bounce. That was brutal. But yeah, market's trying to lift a bit. I don't know how much it's got in him, but I bought some stuff down there. But oh man, that was a brutal morning so far. That's for sure. All right, guys. If anybody out there, this is a support webinar. If you have any questions, hit me up. And if not, we will talk markets and stocks and take a look while we're waiting on anybody to just take a look to see what we're looking at here in the overall market. ugly candle in the SPYs, although it did come down and catch some support here. Qs also, Qs is actually more important technically because you got two moving averages down here, the 20 and the 50, that if you want to remain bullish through this holiday season, you would like to stay above that. Yeah, it just seems like there's always sector rotation on a daily basis. But let's see if we can uh, get a little pop here. So just it maybe cut these losses. Tesla, I was really surprised. I mean, that's just an ugly move right there. Gosh, doesn't I mean to see that break above almost a 1 month high there, getting close to all time highs, and then just no, I'm sorry, all time highs would be back over here, but still. But there's been a new dynamic in this market over the last, say, 3 weeks, something like that, where we do see these drive downs, and then of course, it has recovered. I don't know that we're going to see it. It would be amazing because that was some brutal selling going on for basically what is that, 3.5 hours, 2.5, whatever that is. But hey, Three Sharp. Hey, Trader 77. Hey, Peppy. All you guys. Bill. Yeah, I did sell a little bit of Tesla on up there near highs, but I wished I'd sold more. But I'm trying to play this for the longer term. But boy, I tell you what, day like today makes it tough. I did load up on BBAI down there at the 20 on the 20 period moving average. See if I can get a little bounce out of this and start scaling out of some of it. But other than that, speaking of sectors, obviously the VIX is, but look at that VIX. I mean, you know, that's not fear, so I wouldn't be a bit surprised if this market, makes a good portion, if not all of it back. I mean, it's just, it's crazy to have to sit through that kind of punishment. But hey, Net Trade, how are you? But the VIX is still not a huge move in the VIX. IWM, which I kind of quit watching, and let me tell you why. If you the IWM used to be comprised as top 10 holdings of individual stocks. Now, if you go and look at the top holdings of IWM, it's going to look very uh, uh, what's the I can't think of it. Why can't I think of that name? KRE. Yeah, thank you. It's going to look very similar to the KRE. I mean, look at those charts. And that's because 22% of its uh, holdings are in financials. And of course, they're small caps, small caps. So it's going to be mostly your regional banks and things like that. So, but anyway, I found that interesting. And then also BlackRock, a BlackRock holding has like 22% of it. So you don't even know what's in that. So I just think that IWM is not the true IWM that it was, several months, or I'm not sure when they did this reallocation and all that, but it's I can remember just not too long ago when Plug was the top holding in IWM. All right, market getting a little bit of a bounce here with the Qs will definitely have to deal with their 10-period moving average coming up here. And we'll see what happens. But okay, BBI is getting a nice little bounce for me, and Tesla is trying to get a little bit of bounce. But I tell you, it's you almost want to go home flat every. It's like I was telling Steve this morning. Just go home flat, or maybe just a small, because you're getting these drive downs every day. And tell myself, like, what's the use of holding anything? I mean, if you've got a small position and you're just in it for the long term, I understand that you don't want to get in and out every day. But man, this stuff is brutal. All right. Now, some of these ones I was way underwater in, I'm probably going to be in and out of some of these. Oklo's not bouncing much at all. Amazon ran right into its 10, stalling. I think Tesla is the one that could probably, lead the queues if it can get going again. But I'd like to see this thing get back up and, maybe to at least. Take a look at the big boys. You do have Netflix and Apple. Apple always seems to hold up well when the market's getting killed. It's just, strangest thing, but just like people go and park their money in Apple, when there's volatility. But Google not down that much. Intel, I had alert go off on Intel at these moving averages. I did not. I just wasn't in the mood. Nvidia looking kind of ugly there. AMD has been all over the place lately and kind of just a sloppy mess. I hear all my when I have to look at that is M strong. I think with all these retailers strong, Amazon would play ball, but well, it's been stubborn lately. Q with a nice bounce. Close to getting back to flat in RGTI. Rigetti, which I call rigatoni every time I see it. But and if it falls back down through that moving average there, I'm going to sell a little bit of that. I mean, it's I'm probably going to sell some of this BBAI. There's the alert, just because it's running back into support here, and I have a lot of it. Okay, sold half of that at 38. This Q is running right to their fast line too. Oh, look at the crazy, man, crazy market. Well, I've cut my losses in half so far. Yeah, I sold a little bit at Amazon. Just selling a little, some ones I had a little too much in. Tell you another thing too, the market has been following Bitcoin around a lot lately too. So I don't know if the market, although it took a much harder dip than Bitcoin did today, but if Bitcoin starts to rally, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the market even rally more. So it's trying to push through the. But I gave up trying. I like to trade like riots and things like that. I trade them well, but man, they've been too difficult lately. Boy, this RGTI was a pretty big loss. Now it's almost back to flat. Sorry, guys. I'm just got to get some stops in, and crazy day like today. Uh, ARB high net trade. Oh, I probably didn't. That doesn't sound like something. Wow. Right after you told me I sound better, now I'm starting to get. I actually got a cold now, but I had a stressful week. Had a water heater in my attic spring a leak, and yeah, it's no fun. Yeah, things flagging again too. Looks like it may want another move. You got in at 2 and out at 6. I guess you were saying ouch about what I experienced, because that a nice trade. Yeah, those days I don't I don't day trade anymore, hardly. I mean, occasionally I will, but of course I may start doing it more. We keep getting markets like this, that's for sure. Yeah, but I had to get 2 brand new water heaters, and they did put those detectors in there when it comes into the pan for sure. I didn't have one. These are the last ones were gosh, they were going on 12 years old, so they were time. It was time for them to be replaced, but I didn't mind that. But then what makes me mad is the damage ends up being I have like a $6,000 deductible. The damage ends up being almost exactly 6,000. So yeah, the insurance company's gonna get off, and I almost think, oh shoot, I should have just let it run all over the place and gotten new flooring and everything. Yeah, that stinks. But both the inspector and the ServPro girl, they come up with pretty much the same estimate. So not much I could do about that. INOQ was one of the strongest. Just trying to bounce. The market's kind of I'm not sure it's going to close, but the Qs are going to close above that 10 period moving average. That's what you like to see. You don't want to see this candle poke through and then close below it. There's a good chance we could roll back over. So watching that closely. I am going to stop Amazon low 226.30. Yep, and that's exactly what those cues are doing. Probably going to stop out of some Amazon here and some BBAI. And some Rigetti. I should probably have that lower. That's all right. Yeah, it got me. Okay, now there's a good chance we don't bounce very much. So this is where you kind of scratch your head. It's like, do I just cut my losses or do I play for a bigger move? But I think you got to do a little bit both. You don't have to sell everything, but like to see what the spies are doing on this bounce. Not a whole lot. Same thing there. Look at that 10 period moving average and got slapped down. Amazon was sold. So a little more of that regretty. Sometimes you just got to limit your losses. See if any of my calls are holding up here. AXGN, that one's holding up pretty well. Put an alert in there in case this thing wants to pop. Tesla's one of the best, stronger ones. I told Steve the other day, I said, you know what? I feel like almost just trading Tesla, just getting everything off my, that's a nice looking chart. And you just can't manage all this stuff when you have 10 to 15 positions and all this stuff starts just getting smashed on you. Oakland never even got above its. They just cut that one. Could not even get above its 10-period moving average. It penetrated it all. Yeah, it's not looking good. I'm gonna sell some more of that. That's what you call loading up at the bottom and getting out and actually making uh barely, well, not losing as much. Because we can still dig in and move higher. I don't like that action. Ons is holding up, only down 24 cents there in that Ons. I was in that, stopped out, but probably one I should have held on to, but I think my focus is going to be on Tesla if I do. It's my biggest position, and that's why. See, I like the way that held up. See how the others kind of fell back below their 10-period moving average, but this one penetrated and closed above it, and now it looks like it wants to move higher. And you got your 5-day below it. So this is going to be, if I'm going to do any adding, it's probably going to be in Tesla. Watch his VIPs if you like playing China stocks. If this thing gets back through like the 2035 range, I think it could explode. Probably won't do it today, but want to keep on the radar. Excuse me. This is one I've been trying to play, catch catch a bottom. I don't recommend trading, but it's got a nice little shelf back here around this 97.50, and I've been trying to kind of peg this. It hasn't been easy. As you can see, I got a little bit of losses on it, not much, but it's the one I think you keep an eye on. It had look at all these consecutive days. And so if it does get a bar reversal, probably will happen Monday, if I'm guessing. Could have a good move. And it's getting beaten up a lot more than the XLU lately. But oh, I think I sold too much of this BBAI in this account. I got more than that, but that's okay. Tesla, if it can get back above, it's back green today. It's up in a down market, so definitely some good strength, relative strength going on here in Tesla. Gets back above that 450. Yesterday's high was 449.27, so it's right at yesterday's high right now. So yeah, if it gets back above that 450, could get going again. What are the other ones? Mars still struggling. So the nanos, NNE is probably the strongest of the three. I'm surprised Oklo is so beaten up. It's usually the kind of leader of that sector. There's my alert in Tesla. All right, I might try a little ad in Oklo if it can get above that fast line. And Tesla coming right back down. All right. I did get hit at 72 on that Oklo. And anytime I add on a losing position like this, I'm drawing a line. I'll get out pretty quick if it doesn't go against me. I mean, if it goes against me. So basically, just I probably should be more patient and let it get above that. But it either is or it isn't. So I was trying to cheat a little bit, see if it could get above, and it's definitely struggling. So I'll definitely cut this quick. Yes, 3 sharp is trying to dig in, and now we talk about the cues. And let me put a stop in this before I forget about it. If it breaks 92, I'll get out. I could see us actually closing very similar to what we look right now, just holding those moving averages and the cues, make everybody go home, sweat it out, sweat it out over the weekend. Hoping not, hoping we get a nice little bounce, and rally to highs would be nice, but I definitely wouldn't put it past this market. It's the way it's been acting lately. Okay, Oklo did get above that 93. It's trying to poke through the 10-period moving average. Hang on. Dang it. It makes me mad. That's one I definitely should have bought back. Oh, look at that BBAI now. Everything else is running. My Tesla's sitting here. Teddy, excuse me. Yeah, I'm just saying, the allocation, what used to be is nothing like nothing like it was even. I would I can't remember the last time I looked, but I would say you could probably go chat GPT and figure it out. But I just remember a while back, it was made up of individual stock names, now, and I'm sure it is, but 22% of it is managed by BlackRock. So I don't think you even know what they're putting it in. So I would definitely watch the regional banks, because if I'm sorry, 22% of the allocation is in financials, which is going to be smaller, banks and things like that. So, uh, and that's not all of it for sure, but eh, technology only has 7% allocation in IWM, so that's a very low, uh, allocation. So it's hard to say. I wouldn't know. I'm not going to go in there and try to break down exactly what the allocation is and try to figure it out. But IWM is definitely strong. It's the strongest of the ones now, because it did go to all-time highs. But I'm just saying, if it had the same allocation as it did a year ago, it probably would be still struggling. It's what they do. They want to prop up these indices for sure. So they'll just reallocate it to the. Okay, Oklo looking better now. And Tesla back above 450. That's impressive. I really don't know. Let me just tell you what I do here is just IWM top holdings, and you come in here. I always like to go to Market Watch. They seem to be the best for me as far as allocations. And then you just scroll down, and you can see BlackRock uh, funds manages 16% of the assets in the IWM. So, and then you come over here and you can see financials are the 20, almost 23%, 22% of the allocation. You got technology down here at 7%. You got healthcare. Uh, it used to be, like I said, it used to be the top. They were individual stocks, much like you find in the S&P, or you look up, the Nasdaq. You're going to find individual stocks in here. You're going to find your Apples and your Netflix and things like that. Uh, Whereas this one, it's BlackRock Cash Fund is the top holding at 16%. Hell, I don't know what that is. I don't know what's in there. So it's kind of, I guess you could probably look that up and figure out, and they'll have it inside there what it is, but I have no idea. I sold a little bit of that Tesla. Let's see, 'cause it's coming up here, and I probably had too much. It's got a couple of wicks here. I mean, if it gets through those, man, this thing could go. tell you what I'm going to do with this now. This Oakland had a little move above its 10 period moving average. I'm going to raise that stop because it shouldn't fall down. I'm going to raise it to this low right here. No, what am I going to do? What's this low? Oh, they're both around the same area. Just got to keep it where it is. Yeah, yeah. It seems more defensive. Yeah, it's like I said, it's not it used to be more, volatile with some cool names in it, and then the top holdings now looks like you're right. It's gotten more defensive, a more conservative portfolio. Yes, they are. They are. They've had a nice little bounce, but not much. That's why, let's see, I tried a little add to my Oklo there. It's definitely doing better. And if you get these other ones, if you get like the quants and stuff, you get, and they have IO and Q's had a nice little bounce. Look at that thing. Regretti. Look at that. A lot of times they will see them go on and say, hey, man, we got to run too. Get some water. Oh, I am so Trader 77. I got killed in RIVN yesterday. That move, so I bought it yesterday, like down here at Lowe's off the 20 period moving average. And I was I was in it in the morning, got stopped out right at the morning, bought it off the 20 yesterday, and man, I was sitting good. I was actually, had a nice position, pretty big, and all of a sudden, boom, I got that pop on the news, and then this move right here, I got stopped out at Lowe's, and then now it's coming back today. It just, how do you trade that? I'm really upset at ONS. A fade in PLTR. Well, since so many of these things are bouncing nicely, I tell you, sound was strong earlier. It's bouncing back. Uh, y- I would. This market is it's just too hard to figure out. You're jumping in front of it, and plus it just popped above its 5-day moving average. Uh, Yeah, that's a tough one right here. It's kind of in no man's land. Now, what you might do is not so much fade it into the strength as maybe wait for maybe a bar reversal back through this 5-day moving average. That might be the best way to play it. I don't know if I would just jump in and assume it's going to return to weak because we've seen this market. It's why I bought more KLO. These things just change attitude, right in the middle of the morning. They go from just nobody wants them until two, everybody has to have them. Amazon's still a dog. I don't know what's wrong with that thing. No, did he really? Oh man, he make me want to buy it. I think Amazon's a good buy too, but boy, it sure has been tough lately. It's one of those stocks that you get this. It just sits here and trades like crap, and all of a sudden you get some news or something, and and that was earnings actually. But yeah, I'm surprised. Christmas season, they set records on Black Friday and Cyber Monday, and but I thought today the way it was setting up was going to be a day, and actually I got too much of it. Got slammed at the open. Good Lord, these things it really makes it difficult when you basically just get creamed, all morning long, and to hold on all these things on a bounce. Okay, oak load needs to get above that. Gosh dang it. Oh wow. Okay, it's yeah, it's all that time already. That time. I don't know why we can't hear each other. Now I hid my uh StreamYard. There it is. I'm gonna stop sharing. All right, guys, have a great weekend. Keep it tight. This market could roll back over, but hopefully not. And you can't hear Barry either, huh? Well, I got to take over. Maybe when I stop my sharing and cut off my audio, you can hear Barry.
Okay, can anybody hear me in YouTube?
Oh, I hear you now, Barry.
I'm having a tough time grabbing the screen that I want. Also, can you guys hear me in YouTube? Add to stage. But you can't see my screen, right? You cannot see my screen, right? I'm talking to people on YouTube. You know what? I think I can do it. You see the screen now? Yeah, but you can see the little, okay, got to get the cinema. Okay, now you should see the full screen. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I got rid of the side thingy as it is called. Yeah, so I can hang around for a little bit longer. I mean, I don't really know. I've had to reboot several times, so I'm missing all the original nice little watch lists that I had. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to do a reboot. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe that's all it was in terms of Bluetooth and restart. Okay. I don't know what the difference between these two. See, that's a manual, automatic. Let me see what happens if I do that. No, you cannot restart it there. So, or start. No, I won't do that. Okay, guys, do apologize. Do apologize. If you're new, this is not normal. Okay, just having some technical issues. So if I do not come back, have a great weekend, everybody. The main room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, Monday morning. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. Get on the mic and both by 9. Okay, let me try that again. You told me to do services.msc. Write that down. And so you said to go here, Bluetooth service, right click. So the restart now is grayed out. So I cannot do that. So there's Bluetooth service. So it looks like, I mean, it's already done. Okay, if I go to properties, startup type disabled. Automatic. So, okay, automatic. I don't want delayed start. I did this before. Apply. Okay. Now automatic. How about the other one, the support service? That's probably not it's already done. It's already running. See, it doesn't say running. Start it. Running. Okay. That's the one we did though, isn't it? Okay. So that's the one we did. So it looks like it's running. I'm going to have to write all this down too. So if it happens again, I know what to do. So it's command. Type that in. Bluetooth. Restart, running, etc., etc. Okay. All right. So in theory, it should be running, but you think I'm going to have to reboot for this to take effect? Oh, okay. Well, let's try. Well, they're both running though, and then user support. I mean, why not start it? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Okay, so they're all running. Everything with Bluetooth is running. Nothing to apply, no nothing. Okay. Well, let's see. All right. Now, when you say check if it's working now, but again, the quick check for me, of course, is if I try to add something. It says couldn't connect. But what we're trying to say is, do I have to do a reboot of my computer? Yeah. Okay, I'll do it again. The lost day. You mean, do I get sound from YouTube? Oh, what about YouTube? Oh, I see. You mean YouTube, guys? I'm sorry. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to kill the screen. Well, I'm going to have to kill the stream, guys. I'm so sorry. In YouTuber, anybody who's still left in YouTube, I'm going to have to shut it down. I'm going to do a reboot again. I may not come back though. Okay, so I do apologize. We normally take off about a little less than an hour from now anyway. So I'm going to have to reboot my computer. Okay, so sorry, YouTubers.